Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient dragon Astrax died not with a roar, but with a whisper, his final breath drifting across the cerulean peaks like morning mist. For 7 millennia, the great worm had slumbered in his crystalline cavern, his heartbeat the rhythm to which the magical tides of Moria had ebbed and flowed. Now, as the last scales on his massive form dulled from iridescent sapphire to lifeless grey, the very foundations of the realm trembled. Thalon Emberspell stood at the mouth of the dragon's lair, his once pristine robes of crimson and gold now tattered and scorched. The wizard's hands, instruments that had once commanded the elements with elegant precision, hung useless at his sides, their skin mottled with strange, swirling patterns of arcane burns. He had arrived too late to save the dragon, and too late to protect himself from the catastrophic surge of wild magic that had erupted when Astrax released his final breath. "It is done," he whispered to the empty air, his voice carrying the hollow resignation of one who had witnessed the end of an age. "And the last of the ancients has fallen." Beyond the cavern's entrance, the highlands of Moria, once a verdant tapestry of enchanted forests and crystalline lakes, now writhed under waves of chaotic magic. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, their bark weeping amber tears that hardened into gemstones upon touching the ground. Lakes rose into the air as suspended globes of liquid within which fish swam in confused circles. The very sky above had fractured into a kaleidoscope of colors never before seen by mortal eyes. Thalon had tried to contain the initial burst of wild energy when he'd felt the dragon's life force faltering. For 3 days and nights, he had woven containment spells of such complexity that the air itself had seemed to groan under their weight. But in the end, the raw power released by Astrax's passing had shattered his arcane barriers like glass, surging through Thalon's own magical essence and leaving him empty. The wizard who had once been counted among the archmagi of the Cerulean Order could no longer feel the familiar currents of magic that had been his constant companions since childhood. Where once a symphony of arcane energies had sung through his veins, now only silence remained. 3 weeks later, Thalon awoke gasping in the small cottage that had become his sanctuary at the edge of the Whisperwood. Sweat dampened his brow, and his heart thundered in his chest as the remnants of his dream clung to his consciousness like cobwebs. "Seek the crystal, Spellweaver." The voice of Astrax had rumbled through his sleeping mind. "A fragment of my essence remains, imprisoned in Azurath's heart. Find it before those who would use it for darkness. The balance must be restored, but not as it was. Something new must rise from the ashes of the old order." The dream had been so vivid that Thalon could still feel the dragon's hot breath against his face, still see the ancient wisdom in those massive eyes that had witnessed the birth of mountains and the death of stars. "Ud the crystal of Azurath," he murmured, running his fingers through silver-streaked hair, a children's tale, nothing more. Yet even as he spoke the words, he knew them to be false. The crystal was real, a legendary artifact said to have been crafted from the heart of a fallen star by the first dragons when the world was young, lost for millennia, it had passed into legend. But legends, as any true scholar of Moria knew, often concealed profound truths. A soft knock at his door startled Thylon from his reverie. Few visitors came to this remote cottage, especially since the magical catastrophe had rendered the surrounding lands unpredictable and dangerous. Approaching with caution, he opened the door to find a slender figure shrouded in a travel-worn cloak, the color of midnight. A hood concealed most of the visitor's features, but Thylon could make out the sharp line of a jaw and the glint of eyes that seemed to shift between amber and emerald. Archmage Thalen Emberspell. The voice was feminine, with an accent that hinted at the northern provinces. Once an archmage, Thylon corrected bitterly, now merely a man. What business brings you to my door, stranger? The figure pushed back her hood, revealing a young woman with hair the color of burnished copper, intricately braided and adorned with small metal talismans that clinked softly with her movements. A thin scar traced the line of her left cheekbone, and at her hip hung a curved blade whose hilt was carved to resemble a dragon's talon. "And my name is Lyra Stormrider," she said, her shifting eyes studying him with calculated intensity. "And I've come because the death of Calerastrix has set events in motion that threaten all of Moria. I need your help to find the Crystal of Azurath." Thalen stared at her, shock momentarily robbing him of speech. "How could you possibly know about—" "The dragon spoke to you in dreams," she stated, not as a question but as fact. "Just as he has spoken to me since his passing. I was attuned to his life force. I felt him die." "Who are you really?" Thalen demanded, suspicion narrowing his eyes. "What is your interest in the ancient worm?" A fleeting expression of pain crossed Lyra's features. "I was trained as a dragon hunter," she admitted, her hand unconsciously moving to the blade at her hip. "The last apprentice of the Order of Dracoris." Thalen took an involuntary step backward. The Order of Dracoris was infamous in the annals of Morian history, an ancient brotherhood of warriors whose systematic hunting had driven dragons to the brink of extinction centuries ago. Most believed the order had disbanded after the Great Concord, when the remaining dragons had retreated to the highest peaks and deepest caverns, swearing non-interference in mortal affairs in exchange for protection. "You hunt the last dragons?" he asked coldly. "Have you come to gloat over Calerastrix's remains?" "No." Lyra's denial was vehement, her eyes flashing with genuine distress. "And I was raised in the Order's traditions, yes, but I never completed my final trials. I saw the truth of what my ancestors had done, the damage they had caused to the world's balance." She drew a deep breath. "I've spent the last 5 years trying to protect the few dragons that remain. And now, with Calerastrix gone, the Crystal of Azurath may be the only hope of stabilizing the wild magic before it tears Moria apart." Despite his suspicion, Thalen sensed no deception in her words. Moreover, the synchronicity of their shared dreams of the ancient dragon could not be dismissed as coincidence. "Even if I believed you," he said slowly, "I am of little use. The backlash from Calerastrix's passing has severed my connection to the arcane. I can no more cast a simple illumination spell than I could fly to the moons." Lyra's eyes widened slightly at this revelation, but her resolve did not waver. "Your knowledge remains intact, Archmage, and the path to Azurath requires wisdom more than raw power." She extended her hand, palm up. In it lay a small scale the color of twilight, unmistakably draconic in origin. "And this belonged to Calerastrix. It will guide us to the crystal, if you're willing to try." Thalen stared at the scale, feeling its subtle pull even without his magical senses. Decision crystallized within him, born of equal parts desperation and hope. "When do we leave?" he asked. The devastation wrought by the wild magic grew more pronounced as Thalon and Lyra journeyed deeper into the highlands. Entire villages stood abandoned, their structures twisted into impossible architectures by arcane winds. In one clearing, they discovered a circle of travelers frozen in translucent amber, their expressions locked in eternal surprise. In another, they were forced to detour around a lake whose waters had transformed into liquid light that burned anything it touched. 5 days into their journey, as they made camp in the relative safety of a stone circle whose ancient runes still held some protective power, Lyra finally spoke of what had been troubling her since they'd set out. "There are others seeking the crystal," she said, her voice low as she stared into their small campfire. "Cultists who call themselves the Hand of Entropy. They believe the death of the last ancient dragon heralds a new age, one where chaos reigns and the old laws of magic no longer apply." Thalon nodded grimly. "I've encountered their kind before. Fanatics who worship destruction for its own sake." "These are worse," Lyra replied. "They're organized, disciplined. And they're led by someone who understands draconic magic all too well." She hesitated, then added quietly, "My former master in the Order of Dracoris, Ravus Nightshade." "The Dragon Slayer of Corvash Pass?" Thalon's brows rose in surprise. "I thought he perished in the Moonfall calamity." "Many believed so. In truth, he retreated into the shadows, gathering followers and hunting the remaining dragons in secret." Lyra's fingers unconsciously traced the scar on her cheek. "When I discovered his true intentions and refused to take part, he gave me this reminder of the price of betrayal. And now he seeks the crystal of Azurath," Thalon mused. "To what end?" "To ensure no dragon ever rises to power again," Lyra said bitterly. He believes dragonkind is inherently corrupting to the natural order, but he doesn't understand that without them, without the balance they maintain, magic itself becomes unstable." As if to emphasize her point, the night sky above them rippled with auroral energies that should have been impossible at their latitude. Strange, discordant music seemed to emanate from the very air, like the world itself was struggling to remember its proper form. "And we need to reach the crystal before Ravus does," Thalon said, determination hardening his voice. "But the ancient texts speak of guardians that protect the path to Azurath, trials that test worthiness." Lyra nodded, her hand moving to the dragon scale that now hung from a leather cord around her neck. Since beginning their journey, the scale had gradually shifted its orientation, always pointing toward their destination like a lodestone seeking north. "The first trial awaits us beyond the shattered plains," she said, "the trial of memory, where past and present blur." 3 more days of treacherous travel brought them to the edge of what had once been the verdant plains of Luminara. Now, the landscape resembled broken glass, great shards of reality jutting at impossible angles, reflecting distorted images of what had been and what might yet be. As they carefully picked their way through this fractured realm, spectral figures began to manifest around them, echoes of the past given temporary substance by the wild magic saturating the air. Thalon found himself face to face with a younger version of himself, robed in the blue and silver of an apprentice, eyes bright with ambition and untested power. "You failed them," the apparition accused, its voice an uncanny mimicry of his own. "You failed the dragons you swore to protect. You failed the order that trusted in your strength." Before Thalon could respond, another spectre formed, this one taking the shape of Calerastrix himself, though diminished to a mere shadow of his true magnificence. "Not failure," the dragon's echo rumbled. "Transformation." The old ways end, so that new ways may begin. Beside him, Thalen saw that Lyra faced her own phantoms, the stern visage of Ravus Nightshade, and behind him the ghostly forms of dragons whose lives had been cut short by the Order's blades. "You betray your heritage," Ravus's spectre hissed at her. "The blood of dragon slayers runs in your veins. And that is why I must protect what remains," Lyra responded, her voice steady despite the pain evident in her eyes, "to atone for what my ancestors destroyed." As she spoke these words, the dragon's scale at her throat pulsed with inner light. The phantoms surrounding them wavered, then dissolved like mist before sunrise. The fractured landscape shimmered and reformed, revealing a path forward that had not existed moments before, a bridge of solid reality spanning the chaos. "The trial of memory," Thalen murmured. "Not to deny our past, but to acknowledge it and choose a different future." They crossed the bridge in reverent silence, each lost in reflection of what they had witnessed. Beyond, the dragon scale led them into the shadow of the Cerulean peaks, where legend claimed the crystal of Azurath had been hidden in the earliest days of creation. What they found instead was Ravus Nightshade and a dozen robed cultists surrounding an ancient altar. Upon it rested a crystal the size of a man's heart, pulsing with swirling energies that cycled through every color imaginable before returning to a deep sapphire blue. "Ah, my wayward apprentice returns," Ravus called, his scarred face twisting into a cruel smile. "And with a broken wizard as her only ally. How fitting that you should arrive just in time to witness the end of an era." The former dragon slayer raised a ceremonial dagger of black iron above the crystal. "With this final act, the essence of dragonkind will be forever severed from our world. Magic will be freed from their influence to follow the true path of entropy." "You don't understand what you're doing," Thalen called out. "Without the stabilizing influence of draconic magic, the realm will tear itself apart." "A necessary cleansing," Ravus replied dismissively. "From the ashes, a purer world will emerge." As he brought the dagger down toward the crystal, Lyra moved with the lightning speed of her training. Her curved blade flashed in the strange light, intercepting Ravus's dagger with a shower of sparks. Around them, the cultists began chanting in the ancient draconic tongue, their words distorted into blasphemous inversions of sacred texts. Thalen, powerless to cast spells, nevertheless felt something stirring within him as he approached the crystal. The swirling energies within it seemed to reach out to him, resonating with something that had remained untouched by his arcane injury. Understanding bloomed within him. "The crystal doesn't contain just any fragment of dragonkind," he called to Lyra as she dueled her former master. "It holds the collective wisdom of all dragons who have ever lived, a repository of their essence, preserved against exactly this kind of extinction." As his hands closed around the crystal, visions flooded Thalen's mind. The birth of mountains, the carving of valleys by glacial claws, the first flights of dragonkind across skies unsullied by mortal magic. And with these visions came understanding. Dragons had never ruled magic, as Ravus believed. They had been its stewards, guiding its flow as gardeners tend to wild forests. "Lyra," he called, raising the crystal high. "The new covenant must be formed." Understanding flashed in her eyes. Breaking away from Ravus, she raced to Thalen's side, placing her hands alongside his on the crystal's faceted surface. The dragon scale at her throat dissolved into motes of light that swirled around them both. "No!" Ravus howled, lunging forward with his dagger raised, but it was too late. The crystal pulsed once, twice, and then shattered into countless fragments that did not fall, but instead hung suspended in the air around them. Each shard contained a tiny portion of the whole, each glimmering with the same swirling energies. "What have you done?" Ravus demanded, his voice breaking with disbelief. "What was always meant to happen," Thalen replied, watching as the crystal fragments began to spin faster, creating a vortex of light and color. Not one guardian of magic, but many. Not concentration of power, but distribution. The fragments shot outward in all directions, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower in reverse. Where they touched the wild magic that had been tearing at the fabric of reality, order was restored, not to its previous state, but to a new configuration, more fluid and adaptive than before. Some fragments sought out the few remaining dragons, embedding themselves within scales and bone. Others found homes in ancient trees, in deep lakes, in stone circles long forgotten by mortal minds. And some, to Thalen's astonishment, sought out humans and other sentient beings who possessed the capacity to understand and protect the balance of the world. Including, he realized with wonder, himself. A tiny fragment of the crystal of Azurath had come to rest against his chest, sinking beneath his skin to nest beside his heart. With its arrival came not the return of his old powers, but something new, a deeper connection to the world around him, an ability to sense the currents of magic without dominating them. Beside him, Lyra gasped as another fragment chose her, the light briefly illuminating her from within before settling into a soft, steady glow beneath her scar. "The age of dragons is truly over," she whispered, not in triumph, but with solemn reverence. "And something new has begun." Around them, the cultists fled in confusion and fear as their master's plan crumbled. Ravus himself stood frozen, watching as a crystal fragment hovered before him, offering a choice. After a moment of visible internal struggle, he turned away, rejecting its gift, and disappeared into the shadows of the mountains. In the days that followed, as Thalen and Lyra journeyed back through Moria, gradually healing from its magical wounds, they encountered others who had been chosen by crystal fragments. Scholars and farmers, crafters and warriors, ordinary people now linked to an extraordinary legacy, each becoming a guardian of a small portion of what the ancient dragons had once maintained alone. "Not replacement," Thalen mused, as they watched a young girl coax flowers to bloom with newly awakened abilities. Succession. Calarastrix knew his kind's time was ending, but ensured their wisdom would live on. Lyra nodded, her hand unconsciously touching the place where her crystal fragment resided. And perhaps someday, new dragons will be born into this world, not as rulers or enemies, but as partners in maintaining the balance. The last breath of the last ancient dragon had indeed changed Moria forever. But from that ending had come not destruction, but transformation, a new covenant between magic and the mortal world, written not in fire and blood, but in shared responsibility and distributed grace. And in the highest reaches of the cerulean peaks, where few eyes would think to look, tiny crystalline eggs had begun to form, slowly gathering magic into nascent forms that would, in time, unfurl wings to greet the dawn of a new age. Story 2. Shadows should not move against the light, yet in the eternal valley of Moria, they did exactly that. They crept and stretched across sun-dappled meadows, slithered beneath doorways of cottages where frightened families huddled, and wrapped themselves around the ancient sentinel trees whose silver-barked trunks had stood watch for 1,000 years. Where the darkness touched, it transformed, turning the vibrant hues of the valley into muted echoes of their former glory, leaving behind only whispers of what once was. Eslin Moonwhisper crouched at the edge of the forest that bordered her ancestral hunting grounds, the memory of her clan's massacre still fresh despite the passing of 2 seasons. From her vantage point atop a moss-covered boulder, she watched as another village succumbed to the encroaching shadow, not with screams or battle, but with terrible silence. "Died 3 villages in 7 days," she murmured to herself, adjusting the quiver of ashwood arrows strapped across her back. The silver runes etched into each shaft, protection sigils taught by her grandmother, glowed faintly in response to her touch. The huntress narrowed her eyes as a villager emerged from a cottage, moving with the jerky, unnatural gait of the shadow-touched. The woman's eyes, once surely bright with life, now reflected only emptiness, black pools that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Around her neck hung the crystalline pendant worn by all citizens of the valley, meant to protect against dark magic. Now it pulsed with an ominous violet light, a corruption of its intended purpose. Eslin's hand reflexively moved to her own pendant, the last gift from her dying mother. Unlike the others, hers remained clear as mountain spring water, resistant to the darkness that had claimed so many others. She had assumed it was merely better crafted, a superior version granted to her clan of master hunters. Now she suspected a far more significant truth. 3 nights ago, as Aislinn had slept fitfully beneath the stars, an ancient guardian of the valley had appeared in her dreams. The spectral figure, adorned in armor crafted from moonlight and shadow, had spoken words that still resonated in her mind. The shadow feasts on what it should protect. Seek the twilight blade in the heart of what was forbidden. Only the blood of the last guardian can wield it. Only you, daughter of my daughter's daughter. But beware the oracle's light, for in its brilliance lurks the deepest darkness. A sudden movement in the valley below snapped Aislinn from her reverie. A procession of shadow-touched villagers marched with unnatural synchronicity toward the temple of the oracle, the gleaming alabaster structure that had stood at the valley's center since before written history. At their head strode a figure whose reputation caused Eslin's blood to boil, Drakkar, Lord of Beasts. Even from this distance, his imposing silhouette was unmistakable. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, his broad shoulders were draped with a cloak fashioned from the pelts of creatures few had ever seen. His face, half covered by an intricately carved mask of blackened bone, concealed all but his eyes, eyes that legend claimed could command any beast of the wild. Drakkar, the monster who had allegedly led the attack on her clan's settlement, leaving nothing but blood-soaked earth and silent tents filled with the bodies of everyone she had ever loved. "Enjoying the view, huntress?" A deep voice rumbled from behind her. Aislinn spun, knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. She found herself aiming at the very man she had just been observing in the valley below, impossible as that seemed. Drakkar stood barely 10 paces away, arms crossed over his massive chest. Up close, she could see that his mask was not merely decorative, but mapped with runes similar to those on her arrows. His eyes, visible through the mask's openings, were not the cruel orbs she had imagined, but amber flecked with gold, carrying a weight of sadness that momentarily confused her. "How did you—" she began. "Secret paths run through these forests, known only to those who speak the old tongue," he replied, making no move toward her despite the arrow aimed at his heart. "I've been watching you, daughter of Kaelin. You're the last, aren't you? The last of the Moon Whisper clan." "Thanks to you," Aislinn hissed, her aim unwavering. A flicker of genuine confusion passed through those amber eyes. "You believe I slaughtered your people?" he asked, his voice softening. "That explains much about your solitary hunts along my territory these past months. I don't just believe it. I saw your beasts tearing through our tents. I saw your mask in the firelight. What you saw was a deception," Dracor replied. "A shadow wearing my form, wielding corrupted beasts that only mimicked those under my protection." He gestured toward the valley below. "The same shadow that now consumes the valley village by village, while the oracle does nothing but offer empty prayers and false hope." Aislin's pendant suddenly warmed against her skin as Dracor spoke the oracle's title. The crystal clarity rippled momentarily, as though responding to a truth her conscious mind resisted. "Why should I believe anything you say?" she demanded, though uncertainty had begun to creep into her voice. "Because I can take you to the Twilight Blade," he answered simply. Her arrow dipped slightly. "How do you know about the same guardian who visited your dreams appeared to me?" Dracor explained. "Though I suspect my message differed from yours. I was shown the location of the blade within the ruins of Lorcanth, but warned that only one of guardian blood could wield it." His amber eyes studied her intently. "You are that one, aren't you? The last descendant of the Guardian Order that once protected the valley before the Oracle's temple was built." Aislinn slowly lowered her bow, her mind racing. Everything she thought she knew about the massacre, about Dracor, about the valley itself, suddenly stood on uncertain ground. Yet her pendant remained clear, and it had always warmed in the presence of truth and cooled at deception, a magic her mother had called the Guardian's discernment. "The ruins of Lorcanth are forbidden," she said finally. "And no one has entered them in 5 generations. And in that same span, the shadow has grown stronger," Dracor countered. "The timing is not coincidental. The Oracle declared Lorcanth taboo shortly after the last Guardian disappeared." He extended a calloused hand toward her. "I can lead you through the beast-haunted paths to the ruins and heart. You can recover the blade that is your birthright. Together, we might save what remains of the valley before the shadow consumes it entirely." Aislinn stared at his outstretched hand, torn between the hatred she had nursed for so long and the undeniable warmth of her pendant, the physical manifestation of a truth she could no longer ignore. "Or if you betray me," she warned, slipping her arrow back into its quiver, "know that a moon whisper's vengeance follows beyond death itself." Dracor's eyes crinkled slightly, the only indication of his smile behind the mask. "I would expect nothing less." The journey to Lorcanth took 3 days, much of it through tunnels and caverns that honeycomb the mountains encircling the Eternal Valley. Dracor moved with surprising grace for one so large, and the beasts they encountered, from cave-dwelling spine serpents to the massive blind bears that guarded certain passages, parted before him without aggression. On the 3rd night, as they camped in a crystal-studded cavern whose ceiling opened to the twin moons of Moria, Aislinn finally asked the question that had burned within her since their unlikely alliance began. "If not you, then who led the attack on my clan?" Dracor was silent for a long moment, his massive form silhouetted against the bioluminescent fungi that lined the cavern walls. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of a truth long considered. "I believe it was Oristan, the Oracle's first disciple. He possesses shadow-shaping abilities, magic forbidden since the Age of Sundering. I've tracked his movements for years, watching as villages that resisted the Oracle's expanding influence suffered beast attacks or bandit raids." His amber eyes reflected the moonlight streaming from above. "Your clan were the last practitioners of guardian rituals, were they not? The last to remember the true history of the valley before the Oracle's temple was built." Aislinn nodded slowly, memories surfacing of her grandmother's secretive lessons beneath the silver-barked sentinel trees, teaching prayers and incantations that honored entities the Oracle's temple never mentioned. "The shadow isn't a natural corruption," she realized aloud. "But it's deliberate, a weapon wielded by someone who understands the valley's ancient magic. Someone who has twisted the very artifacts meant to protect the people, Dracor agreed, gesturing to her pendant. And only yours remains untainted because it is the original, the focus crystal of the last guardian, passed down through your bloodline. By the time dawn's light filtered through the ceiling aperture, a new understanding had formed between Huntress and Beast Lord, an alliance forged not merely of convenience, but of shared purpose. The enemy was not each other, but something that had hidden in plain sight for generations, gradually consuming what it claimed to protect. The forbidden ruins of Lorcanth emerged from the morning mist like the skeleton of a fallen titan. Massive columns of opalescent stone, veined with metals unknown to modern crafters, supported archways large enough for dragons to pass beneath. The entire complex sprawled across a hidden valley high in the mountains, accessible only through the labyrinthine passages Dracor had navigated. The true heart of Moria, Dracor murmured reverently. The seat of the Guardian Order for 10,000 years before the coming of the Oracle. It's beautiful, Eslin whispered, her hunter's eyes taking in details that generations of her ancestors had been forbidden to see. Intricate carvings adorned every surface, depicting fantastical creatures and robed figures wielding weapons of light against amorphous shadows. The images were so lifelike that they seemed to move in the early morning light. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, the air grew heavy with ancient magic. Idlin's pendant pulsed rhythmically, growing warmer with each step toward the central chamber, a domed structure whose crystalline ceiling had somehow remained intact through millennia of abandonment. Within this sanctuary stood a simple pedestal of the same opalescent stone as the outer columns. Upon it rested a blade unlike any Eslin had ever seen, neither sword nor dagger, but something between. Its edge seemed to flicker between absolute darkness and brilliant light, as though it existed simultaneously in two states of being. The twilight blade, Dracor breathed, forged from the essence of dusk and dawn, when shadow and light are perfectly balanced. Aislinn approached slowly, her pendant now glowing with an intensity that illuminated the chamber. As she reached for the blade, ancient words rose unbidden to her lips, a guardian prayer her grandmother had taught her as a lullaby, its true significance hidden until this moment. The instant her fingers closed around the hilt, visions exploded behind her eyes. Generations of guardians wielding the blade against waves of corrupted shadow, the construction of the Oracle's temple atop an ancient seal, the gradual subversion of the valley's protective magic, and finally, the truth about the Oracle itself. Not a divine messenger, as generations had been taught to believe, but a fragment of the very darkness the Guardians had been created to contain. A shadow given form and voice, slowly corrupting from within what it could not conquer from without. When the visions cleared, Eslin found herself kneeling, the twilight blade clutched to her chest. Dracor stood protectively beside her, his mask removed to reveal a face marked with ritual scars that mirrored the runes of the Guardian Order. "You saw it too," she stated, not a question, but a recognition of shared revelation. He nodded gravely. "My ancestors were the beast speakers who served alongside the Guardians, their eyes and ears in the wild places. When the Oracle rose to power, we were branded as savages, our bond with the natural world portrayed as dangerous and unclean. The Oracle isn't just allowing the shadow to spread," Eslin said, rising to her feet with new purpose. "It is the shadow, or at least its emissary in our world. And now you understand why I sought you out," came a new voice, melodious, compelling, and utterly wrong in its perfection. Eslin and Dracor turned to find a figure standing in the chamber's entrance. robed in white and gold, its face a mask of serene beauty that somehow shifted between masculine and feminine, aged and youthful. The Oracle of Moria spread its arms in a gesture of benevolence that made Aislin's skin crawl. "My faithful disciple suspected one of Guardian blood still lived," the Oracle continued, its voice echoing unnaturally in the chamber. "How convenient that you should lead us straight to the one weapon that might have threatened our work." It smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. Generations of careful planning, of slowly turning the valley's magic inward upon itself, nearly complete. And now, the last potential obstacle delivers herself into my hands. "We know what you are," Dracor growled, moving to stand between Aislinn and the Oracle. "You know nothing," the Oracle replied dismissively. "You see only what your limited minds can comprehend. The shadow consumes, yes, but in consuming, it transforms. The valley will become a nexus of power unlike any this world has known, and I, its undisputed master." As it spoke, darkness began to seep from beneath its immaculate robes. Not natural shadow, but something viscous and alive, spreading across the chamber floor with predatory intent. Aislinn felt the twilight blade pulse in her hand, responding to the encroaching darkness. The weapon's dual nature, both shadow and light, suddenly made perfect sense. To fight an enemy that corrupted both, one needed a weapon that understood both without being consumed by either. The Guardians didn't fail, she realized aloud, her voice steady despite the approaching darkness. They didn't disappear. They transformed their power, hid it within bloodlines and artifacts, knowing someday the shadow would grow overconfident. The Oracle's perfect face contorted with sudden uncertainty. "What are you?" "The Twilight Blade isn't just a weapon," Aislinn continued, raising it before her. "It's a key, and this," she touched her pendant with her free hand, "isn't just a focus crystal. Together, they're the seal you thought you'd broken." Understanding and rage battled across the Oracle's features as Aislinn pressed the blade's pommel against her pendant. Light erupted from both, momentarily blinding in its intensity. When vision returned, a doorway stood where none had been before, a perfect arch of balanced light and shadow, revealing glimpses of a realm beyond mortal comprehension. "No!" the Oracle shrieked, its beautiful facade crumbling to reveal something ancient and terrible beneath. The Guardian realm was sealed, destroyed, hidden, Dracor corrected, his eyes wide with awe at the spectacle before them, waiting for the right moment, the right bloodline to reawaken. Through the archway, armored figures on impossible steeds approached, the spectral guardians of Aislinn's dream, now manifest in their full glory. At their head rode a woman whose features mirrored Aislinn's own, her armor crafted from solidified twilight. "Grandmother," Aislinn whispered, though the relationship spanned far more generations than the word implied. "The time of hiding ends," the lead guardian proclaimed, her voice resonating with power that made the Oracle shrink back. "The shadow has revealed itself, and the valley will be cleansed." As the Guardian host poured through the archway, Aislinn felt the Twilight Blade guide her hand, inscribing symbols of binding and banishment in the air before the cowering Oracle. Dracor stood at her side, chanting in the ancient beast tongue that complemented the Guardian magic, strengthening the bindings with primal power. The shadow that had been spreading throughout the Eternal Valley for generations found itself suddenly contained, compressed, and drawn inexorably back toward its source. The Oracle's form collapsed inward, its perfect beauty giving way to a singularity of darkness that could no longer hide behind light's deception. When the ritual concluded, Aislinn stood transformed, her hunter's garb replaced by armor of twilight similar to her ancestral guardians, the twilight blade humming with renewed purpose in her hand. Beside her, Dracor's beast speaker runes glowed with ancestral power, his connection to the natural world restored to its proper balance. The shadow that had threatened to consume the Eternal Valley was not destroyed, for true darkness, like true light, could never be eliminated entirely. But it was bound once more, sealed within new wards that would not easily be corrupted. And watching over those wards would stand a renewed order of guardians, led by the descendant who had rediscovered her heritage when the valley needed it most. As the first light of a truly new dawn broke over Lorcanth's ancient spires, Eslin Moonwhisper, last of her clan but first of a restored guardian order, gazed out across the valley that was her birthright and her responsibility. Beside her stood Dracor, Lord of Beasts, his amber eyes reflecting a future neither of them could have imagined when hatred and suspicion had ruled their hearts. "The Oracle's temple still stands," he noted. "Its disciples will not easily surrender their influence. Then we shall have to show them a better path," Eslin replied, the twilight blade gleaming with balanced purpose at her side. "One step, one village, one heart at a time." The shadow of the Eternal Valley had not been vanquished, but for the first time in generations, it had met its match in those who understood that true guardianship came not from destroying darkness, but from maintaining the delicate balance that allowed all things their proper place in the great tapestry of existence. Story 3. Blood and ash mingled in the evening air as Princess Seraphina of Altoria galloped through the grand archway of Silverhelm Palace, her armor still bearing the crimson splatter of battle. The sunset cast long shadows across the alabaster towers, their enchanted spires glimmering with protective runes that had stood vigil for 1,000 years. Yet today, those ancient wards had failed. Flames licked at the eastern wing, black smoke billowing against the amber sky as royal guards scrambled to contain the blaze. Seraphina vaulted from her exhausted steed, the legendary blade Truthseeker still clutched in her hand. The sword, forged from skyfall metal and blessed by the 7 sages of Luminara, had guided her to countless victories against the marauders from the lowlands. Today, it had led her to another triumph, only to return to treachery at the heart of her kingdom. "Father," she called, her voice carrying across the chaotic courtyard. Guards parted before her like water around stone, their faces etched with grief that needed no explanation. In the throne room, the once magnificent tapestries depicting the glory of Altoria hung in tatters, the marble floor cracked beneath the weight of fallen statuary. Upon the dais, where the throne of stars normally gleamed with celestial light, King Eldrin lay in a pool of his own blood, surrounded by the royal healers whose frantic incantations filled the air with desperate sparks of blue and gold. "My daughter," the king whispered as Seraphina knelt beside him, his breath rattling, "you arrive, as foretold." "Save your strength, father," she urged, clasping his hand in hers. The same hands that had wielded sword and shield since her 12th naming day now trembled like autumn leaves. "No time," Eldrin rasped. His fingers, slick with blood, fumbled at his neck, drawing forth a medallion that Seraphina had never seen before. Unlike the celestial sapphires and silver filigree of Altorian royal jewelry, this pendant was crafted of crimson gold inlaid with obsidian, the metals of Drakmar, Altoria's ancient enemy. "Your mother's final gift," the king whispered. "The truth I have kept too long." As he pressed the medallion into her palm, an impossible warmth spread through Seraphina's body. The pendant began to glow, first with the blue radiance of Altorian magic, then shifting to the crimson fire of Drakmar's ancient sorcery. Finally, the two colors merged into a brilliant purple light that pulsed in perfect rhythm with her heartbeat. "Oh, the mark of the two crowns," Eldrin murmured, his eyes widening at the transformation. "So it is true. You are the one." "What is this, Father? What deception have you kept from me?" The king's breath came shallower now, death's shadow darkening his once proud features. "You are not only heir to Altoria, my child. Your mother was Elisandra, lost princess of Drakmar. Our love was forbidden, our marriage secret. You are the heir to both thrones, the only one who can end centuries of bloodshed." Seraphina stared at the glowing medallion, its light casting strange shadows across her father's dying face. "The throne of unification lies hidden in the Mistfall Mountains," Eldrin continued, his voice barely audible now. "Seek it before the armies of both realms tear each other apart. Only you can sit upon it. Only you can unite what was divided." With his final breath, the king whispered ancient words in the forgotten tongue. The medallion flared once more, then adhered itself to Seraphina's chest, melding with her flesh and armor until it became part of her, a glowing sigil that marked her as something neither Altorian nor Drakmarian, but both, and something more. Dawn found Seraphina standing upon the highest tower of Silverhelm, watching as her father's body was prepared for the ritual of starlight passage. Below, the royal advisors already squabbled over succession, unaware that the medallion, now invisibly bonded to her, changed everything. "Your Highness," came a voice from the shadows. Seraphina's blade was at the intruder's throat before he could draw another breath. The man, slender, dark-haired, with eyes the color of burnished copper, made no move to defend himself. His black attire bore no insignia, but the 7 daggers at his belt marked him clearly enough. "Assassin," she stated flatly, pressing Truthseeker's edge against his skin until a thin line of blood appeared. "From Drakmar, I presume." "Kalor Nightshade, at your service," he replied with incongruous politeness. "Or rather sent for your demise, though current circumstances have complicated my assignment. You failed to kill my father, so you come for me instead." A flicker of genuine surprise crossed the assassin's features. "Your father's death was not my doing, Princess. My contract was solely for you, the heir of Altoria." But now, his copper eyes dropped to her chest, where beneath her armor the medallion of the two crowns pulsed with gentle light. Though concealed, somehow he sensed its presence. "Now you bear the mark of 2 crowns, he finished, "which makes you as much Drakmar's royal blood as Altoria's." "My guild's most sacred oath prevents me from harming one who bears the blood right to both thrones." Seraphina studied him, Truthseeker still unwavering at his throat. "Convenient." "Inconvenient, actually," Kyler corrected with a slight grimace. "I've already been paid half my fee. My reputation will suffer considerably when I return it." After a long moment, Seraphina lowered her blade. "You know of this. Dual heritage. The legend of the 2 crowns is whispered even in Drakmar, though most believe it mere fantasy." Kalo's gaze was calculating now. "It is said that one day a ruler would come bearing the blood of both royal lines, destined to sit upon the throne of unification and heal the sundering that has kept our realms at war for 5 centuries. And the throne's location, hidden in the heart of the Mistfall Mountains, guarded by trials that only the true heir of both bloodlines can overcome." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "And which is why, instead of killing you, I find myself in the awkward position of offering my services as guide. Few know the paths through Mistfall as I do." Seraphina sheathed Truthseeker with deliberate slowness. You expect me to trust an assassin sent to end my life? I expect you to be practical, Your Highness. War between our realms brews again, larger than any before it. Drakmar's armies mass at the Obsidian Pass, while your own forces return victorious from the lowlands, hungry for greater conquest. Without intervention, hundreds of thousands will die. The truth of his words hung heavy in the dawn air. Below, the advisors would soon call for immediate retaliation against Drakmar for the king's assassination, unaware that Seraphina herself represented a different path. We leave at nightfall, she decided. I will tell no one of my destination. Wise, Kayla agreed. Neither realm will welcome the truth you carry. The journey to the Mistfall Mountains tested Seraphina in ways no battlefield ever had. For 14 days, she and the assassin-turned-guide traversed landscapes of increasing strangeness, forests where trees whispered prophecies in long-dead languages, valleys where gravity itself seemed optional, rivers that flowed uphill toward their source. Kaelor proved as capable as he had claimed, navigating paths invisible to untrained eyes, sensing dangers before they manifested. His daggers, each blessed by a different ancient deity, found their marks with uncanny precision when shadow wraiths descended upon their camp, or when the mountain itself seemed to birth stone golems to bar their path. For her part, Seraphina discovered new facets of her dual heritage, emerging with each passing day. Abilities dormant in her Altorian upbringing, a talent for fire manipulation, an affinity for communing with the great obsidian raptors that ruled Drakmar's skies, awakened within her. The medallion grew warmer against her skin as they climbed higher into the mist-shrouded peaks. On the 15th day, as they crossed a narrow stone bridge spanning an abyss of swirling silver fog, Kaelor finally asked the question that had clearly plagued him since Silverhelm. Ubidi, when you find the throne, Princess, what then? Altoria has been your home, your people. Drakmar is foreign to you, its customs harsh by your standards. How can you rule what you do not know? Seraphina paused mid-step, watching the mists curl around the ancient stones beneath her feet. Perhaps I cannot. Perhaps no one can truly rule both realms as they now exist. Then why seek the throne at all? Because my father believed I could bring peace, she answered simply, and because every night since receiving this mark, I dream of a land neither Altorian nor Drakmarian, but something new, something unified. Kaelor studied her with those copper eyes that seemed to pierce through pretense. Such visions have driven kings and queens to madness before. Perhaps, but they have also built the greatest kingdoms in history. She touched the place where the medallion pulsed beneath her armor. I cannot ignore what calls to me. Kaelor, can you? The assassin's gaze flickered momentarily to the 7th dagger at his belt, the only one he had not drawn during their journey. Its hilt bore markings identical to those on Seraphina's medallion. We all have our destinies, he said finally, resuming their trek across the bridge, some more unexpected than others. The sanctuary of the Throne of Unification revealed itself not as a grand temple or fortress, but as a perfect circular clearing atop the highest peak of Mistfall. Here, the swirling mists parted to reveal a sky simultaneously night and day, the sun and moon occupying the same heavens in impossible harmony. At the center stood a simple throne carved from living crystal that shifted between azure and crimson, sometimes appearing as both simultaneously through some trick of the light. Before it stood 2 pedestals, one bearing the crest of Altoria, a soaring eagle crowned with stars, the other displaying Drakmar's emblem of a phoenix rising from obsidian flame. The final trial, Kaelor murmured, keeping a respectful distance as Seraphina approached the throne. Indeed, the texts speak of a sacrifice required, that which the heir values most. Serafina nodded, feeling the medallion burning against her skin now. My father spoke of this moment, that sitting upon the throne would require more than birthright. She stood before the twin pedestals, understanding flowing through her with sudden clarity. Upon the Altorian pedestal rested a perfect miniature of Truthseeker, the blade that had defined her identity as Altoria's champion. On the Dracmarian pedestal lay Kaelor's seventh dagger, somehow transported here ahead of them. Your most valued possession, she realized, glancing back at the assassin. The seventh blade, the one you never use. The Kingmaker, Kaelor acknowledged quietly. Passed down through 16 generations of my family. Legend claims it was forged from the same metals as your medallion, Princess. The medallion pulsed, as if in confirmation, sending ripples of warm light across Serafina's armor. She understood now what the final trial demanded. Not merely sitting upon the throne, but choosing which heritage to honor and which to abandon. Altoria or Dracmar, not both. Yet as she reached toward the pedestals, the medallion's light split into twin beams, one blue, one red, illuminating a third option previously invisible. Behind the throne, carved into the living rock of the mountain, were ancient words in the shared root language of both realms. To unite what was divided, neither crown alone will suffice. The true heir surrenders not half, but whole, for kingdoms rise and fall like tide, but only sacrifice endures. With sudden understanding, Serafina removed the medallion from her chest, an act that sent searing pain through her body as the magic that had bonded it to her flesh released its hold. Blood trickled down her armor as she placed the medallion in a previously unseen hollow at the throne's center. Not choosing between the kingdoms, she said softly, but surrendering the right to rule either. The medallion flared with blinding light as it settled into place, the throne's crystal structure absorbing and amplifying its power. The mountain itself trembled as ancient mechanisms awakened, the pedestals sinking into the ground while the throne transformed, expanding and reshaping into a circular table of crystal marked with the unified crests of both realms. The throne becomes the table of equals, Kaelor whispered in awe. The old prophecies spoke of this, but few believed. Serafina placed her hands upon the table, and visions flooded her mind, of Altoria and Dracmar not merged but partnered, of a council chamber where representatives of both realms would sit as equals around this very table, of borders dissolved not by conquest but by cooperation. Not one ruler, she realized. Endrai, but a new way of ruling. As the magic of the transformed throne settled, the impossible sky above them shifted, the sun and moon giving way to a canopy of stars that spelled out new constellations, patterns that would guide both realms toward a shared future. The heiress of the two crowns had fulfilled her destiny not by claiming both kingdoms, but by creating the path through which they might finally heal the ancient sundering, not through the will of one ruler, but through the shared wisdom of many. And as the first light of a truly new dawn broke over the Mistfall Mountains, Serafina of the Two Crowns and Kaelor Nightshade began their descent, carrying with them not conquest, but the promise of a peace 5 centuries in the making. Story 4. The mist clung to the whispering plains like a shroud, obscuring the boundary between earth and sky in the pale light of dawn. Through this ethereal veil rode a solitary figure, his weathered cloak billowing behind him like tattered wings. Once, that cloak had been crimson and gold, emblazoned with the silver rose of Moria's most revered knightly order. Now it was grey with ash and time, much like the man who wore it, Sir Alaric Dawnbringer, though few used his full title anymore, reined his mount to a halt at the crest of a low hill, surveying the empty village below. Wind Hollow had housed nearly 200 souls when he had passed through a fortnight ago. Now, only silence remained. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no burning or destruction, just emptiness, as though the villagers had simply ceased to exist between one heartbeat and the next. "The third this month," he murmured, his voice rough from disuse. His hand instinctively moved to the twisted scar that marred his left temple, a souvenir from the Battle of Eternal Ashes, where the legendary Order of the Silver Rose had faced annihilation against an enemy too terrible to name. An enemy that Alaric alone had survived to remember, because he alone had fled. The Knight of Ashes, they called him now, when they bothered to call him anything but coward. He dismounted, his boots leaving imprints in the grey dust that seemed to blanket everything. It wasn't ordinary dust, though none but Alaric would recognize the difference. This fine, glittering powder was all that remained when the soul devourers fed. Crystallized essence of life itself, harvested by creatures that moved between the shadows of the world. Alaric knelt, letting the ash run through his fingers. His eyes, one blue as a summer sky, the other milky white and blind, narrowed as he caught the faint scent of winter roses and lightning that always accompanied the devourer's passage. "They grow bolder," he whispered to the empty air. "3 villages in less than a moon's turn. They gather strength." For 5 years, he had wandered the borderlands of Moria, watching and waiting as the creatures that had decimated his order slowly returned from whatever dark realm had claimed them after the battle. For 5 years, he had sent warnings to the capital, missives that went unanswered, prophecies dismissed as the ravings of a broken man. But this could no longer be ignored. Entire villages vanishing would force even the most skeptical nobles to acknowledge that something unnatural stalked the kingdom. With grim resolve, Alaric remounted his horse. After half a decade of self-imposed exile, it was time to return to Azalith, the gleaming capital of Moria, where the High King's court still celebrated the victory at Eternal Ashes. Time to face the contempt of those who had once called him brother. The spires of Azalith rose like a crown of crystal and silver against the violet evening sky, their enchanted surfaces capturing the last rays of sunlight and transforming them into cascades of rainbow brilliance. No city in all the 7 realms could match its splendor, a testament to the prosperity that Moria had enjoyed since the supposed defeat of the dark forces at Eternal Ashes. Alaric pulled his hood lower as he passed through the silver gate, ignoring the instinct to straighten his posture as he had when he'd ridden at the head of the Silver Rose processions. Those days were long past. Now, anonymity was his only ally. The streets were alive with celebration, the festival of victory in full swing, commemorating the battle that had haunted Alaric's nightmares for 5 long years. Revelers in masks depicting the heroes of the Silver Rose danced through the thoroughfares, their laughter echoing off ancient stone walls as musicians played triumphant ballads extolling the bravery of fallen knights. Not one song mentioned how those knights had screamed as the devourers had torn their souls from their bodies. Not one tale recounted how the gleaming armor of the Silver Rose had crumbled to dust along with the flesh it protected. Not one reveler recognized the lone survivor who passed like a shadow among them. Alaric made his way toward the Temple of the Oracle, a structure of impossible architecture that spiraled upward like a frozen whirlwind of marble and moonstone. If anyone in Azalith would listen to his warnings, it would be the priestesses who served the eternal flame, those gifted with the sight that pierced the veils of past and future. As he approached the temple steps, a figure in white and silver emerged from the great doors, as if awaiting his arrival. A young woman with eyes the color of amethysts and hair like spun platinum, her robes marking her as one of the oracle's chosen. "The night of ashes comes at last," she said, her voice carrying the melodious undertone that marked those touched by the flame's visions. 5 years of wandering ends where prophecy begins." Alaric stopped, startled. "You know me. I have seen you in the flames, Sir Alaric Dawnbringer." She descended the steps with fluid grace. "I am Nissa Flameheart, third seer of the Oracle. I have awaited your return since the night the eternal flame turned black with warning." His scarred hand tightened on his sword hilt. "Then you know why I've come. The villages, the missing people, the dust that glitters like diamond but holds the essence of extinguished souls." She nodded solemnly. "The devourers have returned, if indeed they ever truly left." "They didn't," Alaric said grimly. "They retreated to gather strength, to prepare, and now they hunt again." "Come," Nissa beckoned. "The High Priestess will not grant you audience. She fears the truth you bring. But I will show you what the flame has revealed to me alone." Deep beneath the Temple of the Oracle, past chambers of worship and meditation, Nissa led Alaric to a circular room hewn from black obsidian. At its center burned a small flame of purest white, floating unsupported above an ancient stone basin inscribed with runes that predated the founding of Moria itself. "The heart of the eternal flame," Nissa explained, her voice hushed with reverence. "Those few beyond the High Priestess are permitted here, but the flame itself has called for you." As if responding to her words, the hovering fire pulsed, sending shadows dancing across the obsidian walls. Within those shifting patterns, Alaric saw faces, the faces of his fallen brothers and sisters of the Silver Rose, their expressions frozen in the terror of their final moments. "They haunt you," Nissa observed quietly, "their deaths." "Your flight, I abandoned them," Alaric whispered, the admission torn from him by the presence of the sacred flame. "When the devourers came in their true form, when we realized our weapons were useless against them, I ran, I alone. And yet, the flame shows me a different truth." Nissa stepped closer to the basin, passing her hand through the white fire without harm. The flame shifted, images forming within its heart, a battlefield strewn with fallen knights, creatures of living shadow moving among the dead, and a single knight fleeing. But then the vision continued, showing what came after. Alaric, alone in the wilderness, preserving the knowledge of what had truly happened. Alaric, documenting the nature of the enemy, while the kingdom celebrated a false victory. Alaric, standing vigilant against a threat no one else would acknowledge. "You did not flee from cowardice," Nissa said, her eyes reflecting the dancing flame. "You fled because something greater than courage guided your steps. The flame has shown me an ancient prophecy, one hidden from even the High Priestess." She gestured again, and symbols appeared in the fire, runes similar to those on the basin, forming words in a language long forgotten. As Alaric watched, they transformed into the common tongue. "When shadow consumes light and souls turn to dust, the sword of Azalith shall awaken from rust. Not in hands pure and brave shall its power ignite, but by one who has known fear's darkest night. For only the warrior who fled from the dark can bear the true burden of Azalith's mark." "The sword of Azalith," Alaric breathed. The legendary blade, said to have been forged from a falling star at the kingdom's founding, it was lost centuries ago. "Not lost," Nissa corrected, "hidden, waiting for the one prophesied to wield it, one who has known fear's darkest night. The knight who fled, Alaric, you—" "That's absurd," he protested. "I'm a coward. not a chosen one. Are you? Nissa challenged. Or are you the only knight who truly understood what we face? The only warrior who recognized that some battles cannot be won through blind courage alone. The flame flared suddenly, illuminating a hidden alcove in the chamber's wall. There, resting upon a pedestal of black stone, lay a sword unlike any Alaric had ever seen. Its blade seemed forged of light itself, constantly shifting between silver, gold, and purest white. The hilt was wrapped in leather that appeared burned and scorched, yet remained intact. "The sword of Azalith," Nissa whispered, "untouched for 1,000 years, waiting for the Night of Ashes to claim it." With trembling hands, Alaric approached the weapon. As his fingers neared the hilt, images flashed through his mind. The battle of eternal ashes, the horror of watching his brothers fall, the moment he had turned his horse and fled. But now he saw what he had not understood then. How his fear had preserved him for this moment, how his apparent cowardice had been the first step on a path laid out by powers beyond mortal comprehension. As his hand closed around the hilt, the sword burst into radiant flame that did not burn. Power surged through Alaric's scarred body, healing old wounds and awakening dormant senses. His blind eye cleared, revealing not normal sight, but the ability to perceive the true nature of all things, to see the essence of souls and the absence that marked the devourers. "The border villages were just the beginning," he said, his voice resonating with newfound power. "The devourers gather an army of consumed souls at the Ashen Plains. They prepare to march on Azalith within a fortnight." Nissa nodded grimly. "A day that the nobles will not believe until it is too late. The king has surrounded himself with advisors who cling to the myth of victory. Then we must make them see." Alaric raised the sword of Azalith, its light casting his shadow like a giant across the obsidian walls. "Before Moria shares the fate of Wind Hollow and all the other villages that have vanished into dust." "Not we," Nissa corrected softly, touching a pendant at her throat that pulsed with inner light. "You, Alaric Dawnbringer, Knight of Ashes, wielder of Azalith's flame. The prophecy speaks of your journey alone. No one faces such darkness alone and survives," Alaric countered, lowering the sword to meet her gaze. "Perhaps that too was part of my lesson in fear, to understand that true courage lies not in facing evil unaided, but in knowing when to stand with others against the gathering night." The eternal flame pulsed between them, and in its light, both knight and seer saw glimpses of the battle to come, a confrontation not just for the soul of Moria, but for the very nature of courage itself. The Knight of Ashes had returned from exile. Now he would show the kingdom the true meaning of bravery, not as a pristine ideal enshrined in songs and statues, but as a scarred and tempered force that had faced ultimate fear and emerged, not unbroken, but reforged. Story 5. The ancient trees of ethereal forest whispered secrets that mortals had long forgotten. Their massive trunks, wreathed in luminescent moss and crowned with silver leaves, had stood witness to the making and unmaking of worlds. Deep within their hallowed shadows, where reality itself grew thin, the veil between realms shimmered like gossamer caught in moonlight, a boundary not of substance but of essence, separating the mortal kingdom of Moria from the eternal elven lands of Araloth. For millennia, this sacred barrier had maintained the delicate balance between worlds, until now. Elindra Moonshadow knelt at the edge of the Whispering Pool, her reflection rippling across its mirrored surface as she traced silvery runes in the air above the water. The symbols glowed with ethereal light before dissolving into mist that settled onto the pool's surface, briefly illuminating the cracks that spread like a web of silvery scars across the veil's reflection. "It worsens," Silverian, she murmured, her voice melodic, yet heavy with concern. Her mentor, an ancient elf whose eyes held the wisdom of countless centuries, nodded gravely beside her. "The veil frays faster than we can mend it," he replied, his aged fingers gripping his staff of twisted heartwood. "The council must be informed. This is beyond mere random tears. Something pulls deliberately at the fabric between worlds." Elindra rose gracefully, her silver-blue robes catching the dappled light filtering through the forest canopy. As a Veil Guardian, one of the few elves blessed with the rare ability to perceive and manipulate the boundary between realms, she had dedicated her life to maintaining the ancient separation. Yet never had she witnessed deterioration this severe. "Something stirs in the Shadowlands," she said, feeling the truth of her words resonate within her very being. "And I sense malevolence behind these breaches, a purpose." A distant horn sounded through the forest, its clear tone signaling alarm. Silvarian's expression darkened. Another incursion, the third this moon cycle. "Where?" Elindra asked, already gathering her power. "The human borderlands, near Ravenhold." Her heart constricted inexplicably at the name, as it always did. Ravenhold, the fortress city where Moria's military elite trained and served. A place she had never visited, yet which called to her in dreams she could never quite remember upon waking. "I will go," she declared, touching the crescent amulet at her throat. The enchanted silver warmed beneath her fingers, responding to her resolve. Miles away, beyond the forest's edge where rolling hills gave way to the stone walls of Ravenhold, Commander Thorian Ravencrest studied the strange tracks that led from the scorched circle of grass to the eastern forest line. No beast of Moria left prints such as these, six-toed with claw marks that burned the very soil. "Tell me again what the sentries saw," he ordered the young soldier trembling beside him. "A light, sir, like blue fire, but cold. Then a sound like the world tearing. The creature emerged, tall as three men, thin as a shadow, with eyes that glowed like dying stars. It took Sergeant Henrik before anyone could react." Thorian's jaw tightened as he examined the ground where Henrik had stood. Nothing remained but a fine, glittering dust. He collected a sample in a small vial, his methodical mind already cataloguing possible explanations. None satisfied him. "These incursions grow more frequent," he noted, more to himself than to the soldier, "and each creature different from the last." For years, Thorian had documented every strange occurrence along the ethereal border, incidents the royal court dismissed as peasant superstitions or bandit activity. Yet he knew better. Something lurked beyond the ancient forest, something Moria's scholars had either forgotten or deliberately erased from their records. His fingers unconsciously traced the strange birthmark on his wrist, a pattern of interlinked circles that resembled no family crest in Moria. It pulsed faintly, as it always did when he neared the forest boundary. "Gather the Shadow Guard," he commanded. "Full weapons, enchanted iron. We track this creature back to its origin." "Into ethereal forest?" the soldier asked, voice cracking. "And sir, no one returns from—" "I do," Thorian cut him off sharply. "Regularly." Though he never admitted it to anyone, each excursion into the ancient woods felt like returning to a half-remembered home. The forest called to him in ways he could neither explain nor resist, a silent song that resonated in his blood. The breach site pulsed with residual magic, a wound in reality that Elindra could see as clearly as a tear in fabric. The creature had already passed through, leaving devastation in its wake. Charred trees and crystallized earth marked its path toward the human lands. She worked quickly, weaving spells of mending with graceful gestures as ancient words of power flowed from her lips. The tear gradually knitted together under her ministrations, but the effort drained her considerably. These ruptures grew more resistant to healing with each occurrence. A twig snapped behind her. Elindra spun, conjuring a blade of pure moonlight into her hand as she faced the intruder. A group of humans stood at the edge of the clearing, armed and armored in the distinctive midnight blue of Moria's elite military unit. At their center stood a tall figure whose presence struck Elindra like a physical blow. For a heartbeat, she could not breathe, could not think. The human commander stared back with equal shock, his sword half-drawn but forgotten in his grip. They were mirror images of each other. The same silver-streaked dark hair, the same sapphire eyes with their distinctive starburst pattern. Even their birthmarks, his on his wrist, hers at the nape of her neck, matched perfectly. "Impossible," Thorian whispered, the single word falling into the silence between them like a stone into still water. Elindra recovered first, her elven training asserting itself. "You trespass in sacred lands, human. We pursue a creature that took one of our men," Thorian replied, his voice steadier than his thundering heart. "A creature that emerged from your realm." "Not from Araloth," she corrected. "From beyond, the Shadowlands." Understanding passed between them, a recognition of shared purpose that transcended their mutual confusion. "I am Commander Thorian Ravencrest of Moria's Shadow Guard, Elindra Moonshadow, Guardian of the Veil." The names seemed to echo with significance, stirring memories neither could fully grasp. An inexplicable certainty settled over them both, that their meeting was no coincidence, that fate had orchestrated this moment through the complex machinations of time and circumstance. "Your men should retreat," Elindra advised, her tone softening despite herself. "The creature you seek is no ordinary beast. It is a void stalker, a hunter from the realms between realms. I can track it, but your weapons will be useless against it." Thorian studied her with a tactician's eye. "Then we combine our strengths. Your magic, our strategy. The Elven Council forbids collaboration with humans, and Moria's laws prohibit dealings with elves. Yet here we stand." Thorian gestured to the devastation around them. "While our peoples cling to ancient prejudices, something far worse threatens both our lands." Elindra hesitated, then nodded. "A temporary alliance, then, until this immediate threat is neutralized." As their unlikely company ventured deeper into the forest, following the Void Stalker's trail, neither twin acknowledged the strange sense of rightness they felt in each other's presence. Neither mentioned the identical birthmarks, nor the way their separate magics, her elven enchantments and his human battle runes, complemented each other with unnatural perfection. For 3 days they tracked the creature, sharing stories of their separate upbringings as they traveled. Both had been told they were orphans, Elindra adopted by the Veil Guardians, Thorian raised by Ravenhold's military commander. Both had demonstrated unusual affinity for boundary magic, abilities that defied explanation among their respective peoples. On the 4th day, the trail led them to an ancient circle of standing stones, the legendary pillars of creation, where the veil had first been woven at the dawn of time. The massive monoliths, carved with symbols that predated both elven and human written language, thrummed with dormant power. And there, amidst the sacred stones, they found not just the Void Stalker, but its masters. 3 robed figures stood at the circle's center, their forms shifting between solidity and smoke as they wove dark energies into the fabric of the veil. The Void Stalker knelt before them, offering up a crystalline vessel that contained what remained of Sergeant Henrik, not his body, but his essence, his very soul. Weavers of chaos, Elindra breathed, recognizing the ancient enemies from forbidden texts. Thorian tensed beside her. Oh, they're unraveling the veil deliberately. To feed, she agreed, the veil contains the collected power of generations of guardians. If they consume it entirely, both our worlds fall. The twins exchanged a glance of perfect understanding. Without words, they coordinated their attack, Thorian's guards creating a diversion while Elindra prepared an ancient binding spell. The battle was fierce but brief, the weavers unprepared for the coordinated assault of elven magic and human military precision. Yet as the last weaver fell, the damage to the veil became catastrophically apparent. Fractures spread across reality itself, visible now even to the human soldiers as the boundary between worlds threatened to dissolve entirely. Elindra rushed to the center stone, placing her hands against its ancient surface. It's failing. The entire structure is collapsing. Thorian joined her, his birthmark blazing with blue fire as it touched the stone. What can we do? Nothing, came a new voice. Silverian emerged from between the pillars, his ancient face grim. Nothing except what was always meant to be. He approached the twins, his eyes filled with the weight of secrets long kept. You are not orphans. You are the children of Arianwyn, the last true guardian, who gave her life to reinforce the veil 25 summers ago. Why were we separated? Thorian demanded. Because together you have the power to destroy the veil entirely, or to transform it. Silverian gestured to the identical markings they bore, the guardian's sigil, one child to each realm. That was the agreement, to maintain balance. Understanding dawned on Elindra. We're not meant to repair the old boundary. No, Thorian agreed, the knowledge awakening within him as if it had always been there, waiting. We're meant to create something new. Together, they placed their hands on the central pillar. Power surged between them, blood calling to blood, magic to magic. The veil shimmered into visibility around them, not as a barrier, but as a bridge, a pathway between worlds. Not separation, Elindra whispered. Connection, Thorian finished. The ancient prophecy, forgotten by both peoples, but woven into the very fabric of the worlds, fulfilled itself through their united power. Where once a boundary had divided, now a gateway connected, the twins, separated by design but united by destiny, became the living anchors of a new covenant between realms. The guardians of the Elven Vale had returned at last, not to divide, but to unite. Story 6. The dawn light spilled across the floating archipelago of Airvale like liquid gold, setting the crystalline edges of the islands aglow with amber fire. Suspended in the endless sky by ancient magics few remembered and fewer understood, the archipelago drifted in majestic silence above the churning sea of ash far below. On the smallest of these floating havens, 17-year-old Kaelor stood at the precipice, his dark hair whipping about his face as he gazed at the horizon where massive storm clouds gathered. "They've taken another one," he whispered to the wind, his fingers clutching the scale-shaped pendant at his throat. The rumors had reached even this remote corner of Moria, Varaxes, the great twilight dragon, last of his kind to fly openly in these skies, had been captured by the Imperial Order. Kaelor knew what they would do to the magnificent creature. The Order's magisters would bind Varaxes with runic chains, extract his still-beating heart, and forge a weapon of terrible power. The thought made Kaelor's blood burn with an ancient fury he couldn't explain. Since childhood, Kaelor had been different. While other children dreamed of knights and castles, he dreamed of soaring through storm clouds and breathing fire. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, scales would shimmer beneath his skin, vanishing at first light. His grandmother had recognized the signs and warned him never to speak of it. The mark of a Dragomancer, a forbidden bloodline thought extinguished centuries ago when the Empire decreed dragons too dangerous to exist alongside mankind. A Dragomancer could merge their soul with a dragon's, sharing consciousness, power, and memory. They were the bridge between two worlds, keepers of an alliance as old as Moria itself. "You plan to leave, then?" The voice startled him. Grandmother Elira stood behind him, her weathered face solemn in the morning light. "I have to," Kayla replied, turning to face her. "You know what I am, what I can do." Elira sighed, reaching forward to touch the pendant. "This scale belonged to Azurath, the storm drake who saved our bloodline during the Purge. Your grandfather gave his life to ensure this relic survived." Her eyes, clouded with age but sharp with memory, fixed on his. "If you choose this path, you cannot return to Airvale. The Order will hunt you to the ends of Moria. If I do nothing, Varaxis dies, and with him, perhaps the last hope for dragons." The old woman nodded, then reached into her robes and produced a small leather pouch. "Take this. The map inside will guide you to someone who might help, a hunter called Selwyn. Once she hunted dragons for the Order, but now..." She paused. "She keeps her own counsel." Before the sun climbed to its zenith, Kaelor had packed his meager possessions and descended from Airvale on one of the rare trading vessels that serviced the floating isles. As the airship descended toward the mainland, he watched his home shrink to a speck against the vast blue sky, wondering if he would ever see it again. The Ashen Chalice was exactly the kind of establishment Kaelor had always been warned to avoid, a tavern frequented by mercenaries, bounty hunters, and others who lived by steal and cunning. Located in Blackport, the last outpost before the barren waste of the charred plains, it reeked of spilled ale and broken promises. "I'm looking for Selwyn," Kayla announced to the barkeep, a burly man with a scar across his throat that suggested he'd survived an encounter most would not. The man's eyes narrowed. "No one here by that name. I have business with the Dragon Hunter," Kayla insisted, placing a silver coin on the counter, nearly all the money he had. A rough laugh sounded from a shadowed corner. "Anyone still calling me that is either very old or very foolish." The woman who emerged from the darkness defied Kaelor's expectations. He had imagined a battle-scarred warrior, but Selwyn moved with the fluid grace of a forest cat. Her auburn hair was streaked with silver, her face weathered but striking, marked with intricate tattoos that disappeared beneath her high collar. Most notable was the dragonbone bow strapped across her back, its curve elegant and deadly. "My grandmother said you could help me," Kayla said, approaching her table. "Elira of Airvale?" Selwyn's expression changed subtly. "Sit down, boy, and keep your voice low when speaking of dragons or those who hunt them." When they were settled with drinks before them, Kaelor recounted what he knew of Varaxis's capture. Selwyn listened in silence, her fingers tracing patterns in the condensation on her tankard. "What makes you think I would help free a dragon?" she finally asked. Kaelor hesitated, then reached for the pendant at his throat. As his fingers touched the scale, he let the power he had suppressed for so long rise to the surface. His eyes shifted, the pupils elongating into slits, glowing with an inner amber light. Selwyn's hand moved to her bow with lightning speed, but she didn't draw it. "A Dragomancer," she breathed. "I thought your kind extinct." "As extinct as dragons themselves," Kayla replied, letting the power recede. "Yet here we are. Do you know what the Order would do if they discovered you? The same they planned for Varaxis, I imagine. But I cannot stand by while they destroy the last dragon." Selwyn studied him, conflict evident in her gaze. "You don't understand what you're meddling with, boy. This isn't about one dragon, it's about the very foundations of Moria. Then help me understand. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Dragons aren't just creatures of flesh and blood. They're pillars, living anchors that bind the magical energies of our world. With each dragon the Order has destroyed, Moria has grown more unstable. Haven't you noticed? The increasing earthquakes, the bizarre weather, floating islands slowly descending. Kaelor thought of Ervalet, how in recent years 3 of the smaller islands had plummeted into the Sea of Ash. If what you say is true, then Varaxis is perhaps the last thread holding our world together, Selwyn finished, and the fools plan to cut it for a weapon that will bring them more power, even as the world crumbles around them. Then you'll help me? Selwyn's laugh was bitter. I spent 20 years hunting dragons for the Order before I learned the truth. The least I can do is help save the last one. She drained her tankard. But Varaxis isn't the last. There are others, sleeping deep beneath the Sea of Ash, waiting for one with the power to awaken them. Hope flared in Kaelor's chest. How do we reach them? First, we save Varaxis. Then, if we somehow survive that folly, we journey to the Sea of Ash, her eyes locked with his. And then, young Dragomancer, you will face a choice that will determine the fate of all Moria. The imperial citadel rose like a twisted crown upon the capital's highest hill, its black spires stabbing at the sky. Within its innermost sanctum, Varaxis lay bound by chains forged of starfall iron and runes of binding. The twilight dragon's scales, once gleaming like polished amethyst, had dulled to the color of bruised flesh. His breathing came in ragged gasps, each exhalation carrying wisps of weakened flame. Kaelor and Selwyn crouched on a ledge overlooking the ritual chamber, having navigated forgotten passages that Selwyn knew from her days serving the Order. The extraction ritual begins at midnight, Selwyn whispered. Once they start, we cannot stop it. Kaelor's eyes never left the dragon. Even in chains, Varaxis radiated ancient majesty. I need to get closer. If I can touch him, establish a connection, that's suicide, Selwyn hissed. The chamber is warded against dragon magic. But not against a Dragomancer, Kaelor replied. Not if they believe us extinct. Before Selwyn could argue further, Kaelor slipped over the ledge, using the shadows cast by massive pillars to approach the dragon unseen. As he drew closer, a strange sensation washed over him, a pressure in his mind like the tide pulling at the shore. Who comes? The voice reverberated in Kaelor's skull, ancient and powerful despite its weakness. A friend, Kaelor thought back, astonished at the connection forming between them, one who shares your blood, in a way. The dragon's massive eye, a swirling pool of violet and silver, fixed upon him. Dragomancer, came the reply, tinged with wonder. The bloodline endures. Kaelor reached the platform where Varaxis lay bound. Magisters would return any moment to continue preparations for the ritual. With trembling fingers, he touched the dragon's scales. Power surged through him, memories not his own flooding his consciousness. Visions of Moria as it once was, teeming with dragons of every hue. The founding of the great dragon city Dracotheria, now lying in ruins beneath the Sea of Ash. The slow betrayal as humans turned against their draconic allies, driven by fear and greed. And deeper still, a revelation that shook him to his core. The Dragon Kings who had once ruled alongside human monarchs, and the last of their line, eternal King Xeranthus, who had bound his essence to a human bloodline for safekeeping when the purge began. Kaelor gasped, pulling back his hand as the truth crystallized within him. I carry the blood of the Dragon King, he whispered. Yes, Varaxis confirmed, and only through you can Moria be saved or doomed. The choice approaches, young king. Alarms sounded in the distance. Their time had run out. We need to move now, Selwyn urged from the shadows. Kalor placed his palm on Varaxis's scales once more, but this time he did not merely touch. He pushed his consciousness forward, offering the merger that defined a true Dragomancer. I have never joined with a human, the dragon's voice rumbled in his mind. I cannot predict what will happen, nor I with a dragon, Kalor replied. But Moria has no time for certainty. As Magisters burst into the chamber, Kalor's body began to change. Scales erupted across his skin, burning with inner light. His vision sharpened, the world suddenly awash in colors he had never before perceived. Power coursed through him, ancient and primal. With a thought, the binding chains shattered. With a gesture, the approaching Magisters were thrown back by a wave of pure draconic energy. By the void, Selwyn breathed, witnessing the transformation. You truly are his heir. Kalor turned to her, his eyes now glowing portals of twilight fire. When he spoke, his voice carried both his own timbre and the resonant power of Varaxis. The sea of ash awaits, he said. And beneath it, a sleeping kingdom. As they fled the citadel, dragon and Dragomancer merged into one being of legend reborn. Kalor understood with perfect clarity what lay ahead. A journey into the heart of dragon memory, the awakening of those who slumbered, and a choice that would either heal the fracturing world of Moria or hasten its final collapse. For he was the last Dragomancer, heir to the eternal Dragon King, and upon his shoulders rested the fate of two bloodlines thought lost to time, and with them the future of all Moria.